Alright. I think I should lower this. No, actually music, I'm gonna get rid of it because we're gonna put different music on. Hi Rose, I'm good, how are you? We're gonna remove this actually. Because we're gonna play this one. One, two, three. There's only like 5 songs in this. As you that, we'll play the Digimon one. No, I think I played the Digimon one. But that's lo-fi. Oh. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Where is that file? I know I have it here somewhere. Where is my Digimon? My day's is pretty good. I got off work like around 7-ish. I went home. I went with my parents. They had to go meat shopping, so I went to see some of my friends at my old job. We hung around a little bit because my mom had to get her phone fixed. And then we also went to see my grandma. Then when we got home, it was like 4, so like I slept. Which is why, I am totally not late. Yeah, let's go with that. Don't listen to the schedule. When do I ever go by my schedule? Okay, let me know how the volume is. Because I don't want the music to be too loud. Okay. So let me just look for this. We want this, we want this, we don't want this, we want this. We're gonna turn all of these off. I guess we could keep the sound alert on. They aren't that distracting. Yeah, spam the poyos. Yo, why do I have all these stupid sound alerts I don't listen to? In my Google, what is it? Groove music? I said I don't need all these. What the hell? No, we're getting rid of these. I don't know what this is. Why is it that when I'm looking for something specific, I can't find it, but I'm finding everything else. Getting rid of this, getting rid of this. No, we could keep the Digimon. Well, you know, like Windows Music Player. Hi, Kasara. How are you? Yeah, that is true. Uh, Hold on, let me close this. This will temporarily stop new music. What do you mean it's open in another program? I don't have it anywhere else. What? Oh, OBS. That's why. Oops. Actually, Kasara, you're pretty early. Usually the first ones that show up is usually Shadow and Rose. And Axe when he's available. And we all know how Twitch notifications kind of suck, so they're just like YouTube, and we're like, you just don't get a notification sometimes. So I may have to mess with this later because since I have OBS open, and that's why I can't get that with this one folder out of my thing to move it somewhere else. Because all these sound effects is driving me crazy. It's like all in my music player, and I don't like it. I'm being like so anal right now. Fuck my life. Why? It really depends. It's a lot better than like YouTube's notifications because like half the time I don't even get when Ghost goes live. Like I don't get it at all. There you are. So we're gonna move this into my folder for ASMR. And because I don't like the way the text is, I'm gonna edit this bitch. Okay. And we're gonna copy. Copy. This is Digimon World. Relaxing Digimon World level 5. Relaxing Digimon World lo-fi music. And we're gonna put lo-fi for the genre. Is lo-fi a genre? I think it's a genre. Yes, there we go. It was bugging me, okay? Cause, you know, like, because I downloaded from YouTube, so it had the title plus the author name plus it had a bunch of other weird text. I said, like, I don't like it. Let me edit this. I don't like the way it looks on my player. Ooh, guys. I should show you my latest, my latest Digimon commission. I don't have a place for my cookies. Cookies go on top of them. No, but goes on top of cookies. Okay. Yes. My latest Digimon commission. Let's go. Image. Too comfy? Nope. It's beautiful. Lucy buys my new wallpaper. So, for those of you who don't realize it, those were the inspiration for my tattoos. You might recognize the arm tattoos and the one on the face. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Okay, enough of Lucy one. Oh yeah. I don't think I can rotate. No, actually, I could probably rotate it. Let me actually just save my position. We're gonna save this as the new quick save one. Yeah, so I don't. Can I rotate this? Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, there's that. Yeah. And we have to move this to the other side. Free camera mode is still on, I think. Do I have it up? No. Is it not coming up? No. Aha, there you are. Okay, so today we're going to be reading the Grimm fairy tales. So I do have a physical book that I'm going to be reading from, and I do have a link for an online version if you want to follow along too. That's the link to the stories. Table of contents, I don't know. So there's exactly... We're not going to get through the entire book. So I might throw this in once in a while, because we are technically still reading Treasure Island. So I might make the Grimm Tales maybe a couple stories a month. And then I'm going to attempt to do every Friday, we're going to be doing Treasure Island. As I said, attempt. Because, I tend to wake up late. Depending when I go to sleep. Or when I go home from work. So there is a total of 201 stories from the Grimm brothers. Okay, so the first story we're going to be reading is The Frog King or Iron Henry, or as we are almost commonly known as the Frog Prince. And I just realized I have this spelled wrong. In old times when wishing still happened. Oh, no. In old times when wishing still helped one, there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so beautiful that the sun itself, which had seen so much, was astounded whenever it shone in her face. Close by the king's castle lay a great dark forest, and under an old lime tree in the forest was a well. And when the day was very warm, the king's child went out into the forest and sat down by the side of the cool fountain. And when she was bored, she took a golden bell and threw it up on high and caught it. And this bell was her favorite plaything. Wrong model. So the animation for when I read the stories is technically on my new model. So we could enjoy that like either I'm aiming for the end of the month, but I I'm still waiting on some assets. We might have to push back the W until next month. So yeah. Yes, I know. Ooh, all the comfy emotes, yes. I can't wait to until I start uploading mine. Now, it so happened that on one occasion the princess's golden bell did not fall into the little hand which she was holding up for it, but onto the ground beyond. It rolled straight into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes, but it vanished, and the well was deep, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. At this she began to cry, and cried louder and louder, and could not be comforted. And as she thus lamented, and someone said to her, "What ails you, king's daughter? Your tears will melt a heart of stone." She looked round to the side from where the voice came, and saw a frog stretching forth its thick, ugly head from the water. "Ah, old water splasher, is it you?" said she. "I am weeping for my golden ball, which has fallen into the well." "Be quiet, and do not weep," answered the frog. "I can help you, but what will you give me if I bring your plaything up again?" "Whatever you will have, dear frog," said she. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, and even the golden crown which I am wearing." The frog answered, "I do not care for your clothes, your pearls and jewels, or your golden crown, but if you will love me and let me be your companion and playmate, and sit by you at your little table and eat off your little golden plate and drink out of your little cup and sleep in your little bed, if you will promise me this, I will go down below and bring you your golden bell up again." "Oh yes," said she, "I promise you all you wish, if you will but bring me my ball back again." She, however, thought, "How the silly frog does he talk? He lives in the water with the other frogs and croaks, and can be no companion to any human being." But the frog, when he had received his promise, put his head into the water and sank down, and in a short while came swimming up again with the ball in his mouth, and threw it on the grass. The king's daughter was delighted to see her pretty plaything once more, and picked it up and ran away with it. "Wait, wait," said the frog. "Take me with you. I can't run as you can." What did it avail him to scream his croak, croak after her as loudly as he could? She did not listen to it, but ran home and soon forgot the poor frog, who was forced to go back into his well again. The next day, when she had seated herself at the table with the king and all the courtiers, and was eating from her little golden plate, something came creeping, splish, splash, splish, splash, up the marble staircase, and when it had got to the top, it knocked at the door and cried, "Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me." She ran to see who was outside, but when she opened the door, there sat the frog in front of it. Then she slammed the door in great haste, sat down to dinner again, and was quite frightened. The king saw plainly that her heart was beating violently, and said, "My child, what are you so afraid of? Is there a perchance a giant outside who wants to carry you away?" "Ah, no," replied she. "It is no giant, but a disgusting frog." "What does a frog want with you?" "My dear father, yesterday, as I was in the forest sitting by the well, playing, my golden bell fell into the water, and because I cried so, the frog brought it out again for me, and because he so insisted I promised him he would be my companion, but I never thought he would be able to come out of his water. And now he is outside there and wants to come in to me. In the meantime, it knocked the second time and cried, "Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me. Do you not know what you said to me yesterday by the cool waters of the fountain? Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me." Then said the king, "That which you have promised you must perform. Go and let him in." She went and opened the door, and the frog hopped in and followed her, step by step, to her chair. There he sat and cried, "Lift me up beside you." She delayed until at last the king commanded her to do it. When the frog was once on the chair, he wanted to be on the table. And when he was on the table, he said, "Now push your little golden plate nearer to me, that we may eat together." She did this, but it was easy to see that she did not do it willingly. The frog enjoyed what he ate, but almost every mouthful she took choked her. At length, he said, "I have eaten, and am satisfied. Now I am tired. Carry me into your little room, and make your little silken bed ready, and we will both lie down and go to sleep." The king's daughter began to cry, for she was afraid of the cold frog, which she did not like to touch, and which was now to sleep in her pretty clean little bed. But the king grew angry and said, "He who helped you when you were in trouble ought not be despised by you afterwards." So she took hold of the frog with 2 fingers, carried him upstairs, and put him in a corner. But when she was in bed, he crept to her and said, "I am tired. I want to sleep as well as you. Lift me up, or I will tell your father." Then she was terribly angry, and took him up and threw him with all her might against the wall. "Now you will be quiet, odious frog," said she. But when he fell down, he was no frog, but a king's son with beautiful kind eyes. And it came to pass that, with her father's consent, he became her dear companion and husband. He told her how he had been bewitched by a wicked witch, and how no one could have delivered him from the well but herself, and that tomorrow they would go together into his kingdom. Then they went to sleep, and next morning, when the sun awoke them, a carriage came driving up with 8 white horses, which had white ostrich feathers on their heads, and were harnessed with golden chains. And behind stood the young king's servant, faithful Henry. Faithful Henry had been so unhappy when his master was changed into a frog that he had caused 3 iron bands to be laid around his heart, lest it should burst with grief and sadness. The carriage was to conduct the young king into his kingdom. Faithful Henry helped them both in, and placed himself behind again, and was full of joy because of the deliverance. And when they had driven a part of the way to the king's sons, heard a cracking behind him, as if something had broken. So he turned round and cried, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." "No, master, it is not the carriage. It is a band from my heart, which was put there in my great pain when you were a frog and imprisoned in the well." Again, and once again, while they were on their way, something cracked, and each time the king's son thought the carriage was breaking. But it was only the band which were springing from the heart of faithful Henry, because his master was set free and was happy. Alright, and that was the end of that one. And so, like, it looks like there was, like, a happy ending. But, like, the whole princess's attitude is like, oof. Thank you, Rose, for the streamer package. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I know, right? You would think he would have been a little more mad. Okay, so the next story is Cat and Mouse in Partnership. A certain cat had made the acquaintance of a mouse, and had said so much to her about the great love and friendship she felt for her, that at length the mouse agreed that they should live and keep house together. But we must make a provision for winter, or else we shall suffer from hunger, said the cat. And you, little mouse, cannot venture everywhere, or you will be caught in a trap some day. The good advice was followed, and a pot of fat was brought. No, a pot of fat was bought, but they did not know where to put it. At length, after much consideration, the cat said, I know no place where it will be better stored up than in the church, for no one dares take anything away from there. We will set it beneath the altar and not touch it until we are really in need of it. So the pot was placed in safety, but it was not long before the cat had a great yearning for it, and said to the mouse, I want to tell you something, little mouse. My cousin has brought a little son into the world, and has asked me to be the godmother. He is white and brown, with brown spots, and I am to hold him over the font at their christening. Let me go out today, and you look after the house by yourself. Yes, yes, answered the mouse. By all means go, and if you get anything very good, think of me. I would like a drop of sweet and red christening wine, too. All this, however, was untrue. The cat had no cousin, and had not been asked to be godmother. She went straight to the church, stole to the pot of fat, began to lick at it, and licked the top of the fat off. Then she took a walk beyond the roof of the town, looked out for opportunities, and then stretched herself in the sun. She licked her lips whenever she thought of the pot of fat. And not until it was evening did she return home. Well, here you are again, said the mouse. No doubt you have had a merry day. How went well off? Oh, it all went off well, answered the cat. What name did they give the child? Top off, said the cat quite coolly. Top off, cried the mouse. That is a very odd and uncommon name. It is a usual one in your family? What does it matter? Said the cat. It is no worse than Crumb Stealer, as your godchildren are called. Before long, the cat was seized by another fit of longing. She said to the mouse, "You must do me a favor and once more manage the house for a day alone. I am again asked to be godmother, and as a child has white ring around its neck, I cannot refuse." The good mouse consented, but the cat crept behind the town walls to the church and devoured half the pot of fat. "Nothing ever seems so good as what one keeps to oneself," said she, and was quite satisfied with her day's work. When she went home, the mouse inquired, "And what was this child's christened?" "Half done," answered the cat. "Half done? What are you saying? I never heard the name in my life. I'll wager anything it is not in the calendar of saints." The cat's mouth soon began to water for some more licking. "It's not a good thing going threes," said she. "I am asked to stand godmother again. The child is quite black, only it has white paws, but with that exception, it has not a single white hair on its body. This only happens once every few years. Will you let me go, won't you?" "Top off, half done," answered the cat. "They are such odd names. They make me very thoughtful." "You sit at home," said the cat, "in your dark gray fur coat and long tail, and are filled with fancies. That's because you do not go out in the daytime." During the cat's absence, the mouse cleaned the house and put it in order, but the greedy cat entirely emptied the pot of fat. "When everything is eaten up once, has some peace," said she to herself, and well filled. In fact, she did not return home till night. The mouse at once asked what name had been given to the third child. "It will not please you more than the others," said the cat. "He is called Gone." I said, like, the mouse really should have anticipated this. Oh dear. "All gone," cried the mouse. "That is the most suspicious name of all. I have never seen it in print. All gone. What can that mean?" And she shook her head, curled herself up, and lay down to sleep. From this time forth, no one invited the cat to be godmother. But when the winter had come, there was no longer anything to be found outside. The mouse thought of their provisions and said, "Come, cat, we will go to our pot of fat, which we have stored up for ourselves. We shall enjoy that." "Yes," answered the cat, "you will enjoy it as much as you would enjoy sticking that dizzy little tongue of yours out of the window." They set out on their way, but when they arrived, the pot of fat certainly was still in its place, but it was empty. "Alas," said the mouse, "now I see what has happened. Now it comes to light. You are a true friend. You devoured all when you were standing godmother. First top off, then half done, then—" "You will hold your tongue," cried the cat. "One word more, and I will eat you too." Gone was already on the poor mouse's lips. Scarcely had she spoken it before the cat sprung on her, seized her, and swallowed her down. And that is the way of the world. I knew it. Yeah, never trust a feline. This is why I don't have cats. Other than the fact my dad's allergic to them. Okay, so the next story is Our Lady's Child. Near a great forest dwelt a woodcutter with his wife, who had an only child, a little girl 3 years old. They were so poor, however, that they no longer had daily bread, and did not know how to get food for her. One morning the woodcutter went out sorrowfully to his work in the forest, and while he was cutting wood, suddenly there stood before him a tall and beautiful woman with a crown of shining stars on her head, who said to him, "I am the Virgin Mary, mother of the child Jesus. You are poor and needy. Bring your child to me. I will take her with me and be her mother and care for her." The woodcutter obeyed, brought his child, and gave her to the Virgin Mary, who took her up to heaven with her. There the child fared well, ate sugar cakes, and drank sweet milk, and her clothes were of gold, and the little angels played with her. And when she was 14 years of age, the Virgin Mary called her one day and said, "Dear child, I am about to make a long journey. Take into your keeping the keys of the 13 doors of heaven. 12 of these you may open, and behold the glory which is within them. But the 13th, to which this little key belongs, is forbidden. Beware of opening it, or you will bring misery on yourself." The girl promised to be obedient, and when the Virgin Mary was gone, she began to examine the dwellings of the kingdom of heaven. Each day she opened one of them, till she had made the round of the 12. In each of them sat one of the apostles in the midst of a great light. She rejoiced in all the magnificence and splendor. The little angels who always accompanied her rejoiced with her. Then the forbidden door alone remained, and she felt a great desire to know what could be hidden behind it, and said to the angels, "I will not quite open it, and I will not go inside it, but I will unlock it so that we can see a little through the opening." "Oh no," said the little angels, "that would be a sin. The Virgin Mary has forbidden it, and it might easily cause you unhappiness." Then she was silent, but the desire in her heart was not stilled, but gnawed there and tormented her, and let her have no rest. And once, when the angels had all gone out, she thought, "Now I am quite alone, and I could peep in. If I do it, no one will ever know." She sought out the key, and when she had got it in her hand, she put it in the lock. And when she had put it in the lock, she turned it round as well. Then the door sprung open. She saw There, the Trinity sitting in fire and splendor. She stayed there a while and looked at everything in amazement. Then she touched the light a little with her finger, and her finger became quite golden. Immediately, a great fear fell on her. She shut the door behind and ran away. Her terror, too, would not quite her. Let her do what she might, and her heart beat continuously and would not be still. The gold, too, stayed on her finger. It would not go away, no matter how much she rubbed it and washed it. It was not long before the Virgin Mary came back from her journey. She called the girl before her and asked to have the keys of heaven back. When the maiden gave her the bunch, the Virgin looked into her eyes and said, if It was not long before the Virgin Mary came back from her journey. She called the girl before her and asked to have the keys of heaven back. When the maiden gave her the bunch, the Virgin looked into her eyes and said, "Have you not opened the 13th door also?" "No," she replied. Then she laid her hand on the girl's heart and felt how it beat and beat, and saw right well that she had disobeyed her order and had opened the door. Then she said once again, "Are you certain that you have not done it?" "Yes," said the girl for the second time. Then she perceived the finger which had become gold from touching the fire of heaven, and saw well that the child had sinned, and said for the third time, "Have you not done it?" "No," said the girl for the third time. Then said the Virgin Mary, "You have not obeyed me, and beside that you have lied. You are no longer worthy to be in heaven." Then the girl fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke, she lay on the earth below, in the midst of a wilderness. She wanted to cry out, but she could not bring forth no sound. She sprang up and wanted to run away, but wherever she turned herself, she was constantly held back by thick hedges and thorns, through which she could not break. In the desert in which she was imprisoned, there stood an old hollow tree, and this had to be her dwelling place. Into this she crept when night came, and here she slept. Here too she found a shelter from the storm and rain, but it was a miserable life, and bitterly did she weep when she remembered how happy she had been in heaven, how the angels had played with her. Roots and wild berries were her only food, and for these she searched as far as she could go. In the autumn she picked up the fallen nuts and leaves and carried them into the hold. The nuts were her food in winter, and when snow and ice came, she crept among the leaves like a poor little animal, that she might not freeze. Before long her clothes were all torn, and one bit of them after another fell off her. And as soon, however, as the sun turned warm again, she went out and sat in front of the tree, and her long hair covered her all on sides like a mantle. Thus she sat year after year and felt the pain and misery of the world. One day, when the trees were once more clothed in fresh green, the king of the country was hunting in the forest and followed a deer, and, as it had fled into the thickest part, which shut in this part of the forest, he got off his horse and tore the bushes asunder and cut himself a path with his sword. When he had at last forced his way through, he saw a wonderful, beautiful maiden sitting under the tree, and she sat there and was entirely covered with her golden hair down to her feet. He stood still and looked at her full of surprise. Then he spoke to her and said, "Who are you? Why are you sitting in the wilderness?" But she gave no answer, for she could not open her mouth. The king continued, "Will you go with me to my castle?" Then she just nodded her head a little. The king took her in his arms, carried her to his horse, and rode home with her. And when he reached the royal castle, he caused her to be dressed in beautiful garments and gave her all the things in abundance. Although she could not speak, she was still so beautiful and charming that he began to love her with all his heart. And it was not long before he married her. After a year or so had passed, the queen brought a son into the world. Thereupon the Virgin Mary appeared to her in the night when she lay in her bed alone, and said, "If you will tell the truth and confess that you did unlock the forbidden door, I will open your mouth and give you back your speech. But if you proceed in your sins and deny statutory, I will take your newborn son away with me." Then the queen was permitted to answer, but she remained hard and said, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." And the Virgin Mary took the newborn child from her arms and vanished with it. Oof. Next morning, when the child was not to be found, it was whispered among the people that the queen was a man-eater and had killed her own child. She heard all this and could say nothing to the contrary, but the king would not believe it, for he loved her so much. When a year had gone by, the queen again bore a son, and in that night the Virgin Mary again came to her and said, "If you will confess that you opened the forbidden door, I will give you your child back and untie your tongue. But if you continue in sin and deny, I will take away with me this new child also." Then the queen again said, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." And the Virgin took the child out of her arms and away with her to heaven. Next morning, when this child also had disappeared, the people declared quite loudly that the queen had devoured it. And the king counselors demanded that she should be brought to justice. The king, however, loved her so dearly, that he would not believe it. Commanded the counselors, under pain of death, not to say any more about it. The following year, the queen gave birth to a beautiful little girl, and for the third time the Virgin Mary appeared to her in the night and said, "Follow me." She took the queen by the hand and led her to heaven, and showed her there her two eldest children, who smiled at her and were playing with the ball of the world. When the queen rejoiced at this, the Virgin Mary said, "Is your heart not yet softened? If you will own that you opened the forbidden door, I will give you back your two little sons." But for the third time, the queen answered, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." Then the Virgin let her sink down to earth once more, and took from her likewise her third child. Next morning, when When the loss was reported abroad, all the people cried loudly, "The queen is a man-eater. She must be judged," and the king was no longer able to restrain his counselors. Thereupon a trial was held, and as she could not answer and defend herself, she was condemned to be burned alive. The wood was got together, and when she was fast bound to the stake, and the fire began to burn around her, the hard ice of pride melted. Her heart was moved by reverence, and she thought, "If I could but confess before my death, and I opened the door, then her voice came back to her, and she cried out loudly, "Yes, Mary, I did it." And straightway rain fell from the sky and extinguished the flames of fire, and a light broke forth above her, and the Virgin Mary descended with the two little sons by her side, and the newborn daughter in her arms. She spoke kindly to her, said, "He who repents his sin and acknowledges it is forgiven." Then she gave her the 3 children, untied her tongue, and granted her happiness for her whole life. Alright, and that was the end of that one. Okay, so the next one is... Yeah. So, like, she told her she would give you your kids back if you just told her the truth. I was like, what? I said, did it really take her, like, almost dying just to actually just to give in? Mm-hmm. I'm enjoying a cookie. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so the next story is called The Story of the Youth Who Went Forth to Learn What Fear Was. That's a long title. A certain father had 2 sons, the other of whom was smart and sensible and could do everything, but the younger was stupid and could neither learn nor understand anything. And when people saw him, they said, "There's a fellow who will give his father some trouble." When anything had to be done, it was always the elder who was forced to do it. But if his father asked him to fetch anything when it was late or in the night time, and the way led through the churchyard or any other dismal place, he answered, "Oh no, father, I'll not go there. It makes me shudder." For he was afraid. Or when stories were told by the fire at night, which made the flesh creep, the listeners sometimes said, "Oh, it makes us shudder." Yeah, young is stupid, like what? That's really nice. The younger sat in a corner and listened with the rest of them, and could not imagine what they could mean. They're always saying, "It makes me shudder." It makes me shudder. It does not make me shudder, thought he. That too must be an art of which I understand nothing. Now it came to pass that his father said to him one day, "Listen to me, you you fellow in the corner there. You are growing tall and strong, and you too must learn something by which you can earn your living. Look how your brother works, but you do not even earn your salt." "Oh, father," he replied, "I am quite willing to learn something. Indeed, if I could but be managed, I should like to learn how to shudder. I don't understand that at all yet." The elder brother smiled when he heard that, and thought to himself, "Good God, what a blockhead that brother of mine is. He will never be good for anything as long as he lives. He who wants to be a sickle must bend himself early." The father sighed and answered him, You shall soon learn what it is to shudder, but you will not earn your bread by that." Soon after this, the sexton came to the house on a visit, and the father bewailed his trouble, and told him how his younger son was so backward in every respect that he knew nothing and learned nothing. "Just think," said he, "when I asked him how he was going to earn his bread, he actually wanted to learn to shudder." "If that be all," replied Sexton, "he can learn that with me. Send him to me, and I will soon polish him." The father was glad to do so, for he thought, "It will train the boy a little." The sexton therefore took him into his house, and he had to ring the bell. After a day or two, the sexton awoke him at midnight, and bade him arise and go up into the church tower and ring the bell. "We shall soon learn what shuddering is," thought he, and secretly went there before him. And when the boy was at the top of the tower and turned round and was just going to take hold of the bell rope, he saw a white figure standing on the stairs opposite the sounding hole. "Who is there?" cried he, but the figure made no reply, and did not move or stir. Give me answer," cried the boy, "or take yourself off. You have no business here at night." The sexton, however, remained standing motionless. that the boy might think he was a ghost. The boy cried a second time. What do you want here? Speak if you are an honest fellow, or I will throw you down the steps. Sexton thought he can't intend to be as bad as his words, uttered no sound, and stood as if he were made of stone. Then the boy called to him for the third time, and as that was also to no avail, he ran against him and pushed the ghost down the stairs, so that it fell down 10 steps and remained laying there in a corner. Thereupon he rang the bell and went home. Without saying a word, went to bed and fell asleep. Wow. Sexton's wife waited a long time for her husband, but he did not come back. At length, she became uneasy and wakened the boy, and asked, Do you not know where my husband is? He climbed up the tower before you did. No, I don't know, replied the boy, but someone was standing by the sounding hole on the other side of the steps, and he would neither give an answer nor go away. I took him for a scoundrel and threw him downstairs. Just go there and you will see if it was he. And I should be sorry if it were. The woman ran away and found her husband, who was lying moaning in the corner and had broken his leg. She carried him down, and then with a loud scream she hastened to the boy's father. Your boy, cried she, has been the cause of great misfortune. He has thrown my husband down the steps and made him break his leg. Take the good-for-nothing fellow away from our house. The father was terrified and ran there and scolded the boy. What wicked tricks are these? Said he. The devil must have put this into your head. Father, he replied, do listen to me. I am quite innocent. He was standing there by night like one who was intending to do some evil. I did not know who it was, and I warned him 3 times either to speak or to go away. Ah, said the father. I have nothing but happiness with you. Go out of my sight. I will see you no more. Yes, father. Right willingly. Wait only until it is day, and then I will go forth and learn how to shudder, and then I shall at any rate understand one art which will support me. Learn what you will, said the father. It is all the same to me. Here are 50 tailors for you. Take these and go into the wide world, and tell no one from where you come, and who is your father, for I have reason to be ashamed of you. Yes, father, it shall be as you will. If you desire nothing more than that, I can easily keep it in mind. When day dawned, therefore, the boy put his 50 tailors into his pocket and went forth on the great highway, and continually said to himself, If I could but shudder, if I could but shudder. Then a man approached who heard this conversation, which the youth was holding with himself. When he had walked a little further, to where he could see the gallows, the man said to him, Look, there is the tree where 7 men have married the rope-maker's daughter and are now learning how to fly. Sit down below it and wait till night comes, and you will soon learn how to shudder. That is all that is wanted, answered the youth. It is easily done, but if I learn how to shudder as fast as that, you shall have my 50 thalers. Just come back to me early in the morning. Then the youth went to the gallows, sat down below it, and waited till evening came, and, as he was cold, he lighted himself a fire. But at midnight the wind blew so sharply that, in spite of his fire, he could not get warm. And as the wind knocked the hanging man against each other, and they moved backwards and forward, he thought to himself, You shiver below by the fire, but how those up above must freeze and suffer. And as he felt pity for them, he raised a ladder and climbed up and bound one of them after the other and brought down all seven. And brought down all seven. Then he stirred the fire below it, and set them all round it to warm themselves. But they sat there and did not stir, and the fire caught their clothes. So he said, take care, I will hang you up again. The dead men, however, did not hear, but were quite silent, and let their rags go on burning. At this he grew angry and said, if you will not take care, I cannot help you. I will not be burnt with you. And he hung them up again, in each turn. And he hung them up again, each in his turn. Then he sat down by his fire and fell asleep. The next morning, a man came to him and wanted to have the 50 thalers, and said, well, do you know how to shudder? No, answered he. How was I to get to know? These fellows up there did not open their mouths, and were so stupid that they let the few old rags which they had on their bodies get burnt. Then the man saw that he would not give the 50 thalers that day, and went away saying, one of this kind has never come my way before. The youth likewise went his way, and once more began to mutter to himself, ah, if I could but shudder. Ah, if I could but shudder. A wagoner who was striding behind him heard that and said, who are you? I don't know, answered the youth. When the wagoner asked, from where do you come? I don't know. I know not. Who is your father? That I may not tell you. What is it that you are always muttering between your teeth? Ah, replied the youth. I do so wish I could shudder, but no one can teach me how to do it. I give up your foolish chatter, said the wagoner. Come, go with me. I will see about a place for you. The youth went with the wagoner, and in the evening they arrived at an inn where they wished to pass the night. There at the entrance of the room the youth again said quite loudly, if I could but shudder, if I could but shudder. The host, who heard this, laughed and said, if that is your desire, there ought to be a good opportunity for you here. Ah, be silent, said the hostess. So many inclusive persons have already lost their lives. It would be a pity and a shame if such beautiful eyes as those should never see the daylight again. But the youth said, however difficult it may be, I won't learn it, and for this purpose I have journeyed forth. He let the host have no rest, until the latter told him that not far from there stood a haunted castle, where anyone could very easily learn what shuddering was. If he would but sleep in it for 3 nights, the king had promised that he who would venture should have his daughter as wife. And she was the most beautiful maiden the sun stone on. Great treasures likewise lay in the castle, which were guarded by evil spirits. And these treasures would then be freed, and would have a poor man rich enough. Already many men have gone into the castle, but as yet none had come out again. Then the youth went next morning to the king, and said, if he were allowed, he would watch 3 nights in the haunted castle. The king looked at him, and as the youth pleased him, he said, you may ask for 3 things to take into the castle with you, but they must be things without life. Then he answered, "Then I asked for a fire, a turning lathe, and a cutting board with a knife." The king had these things carried into the castle for him during a dead day. When night was drawing nearer, the youth went up and made himself a bright fire in one of the rooms, placed the cutting board and knife beside it, and seated himself by the turning lathe. "Ah, if I could but shudder," said he, "but I shall not learn it here either." Towards midnight, he was about to poke his fire, and as he was blowing it, something cried suddenly from one corner. "Meu, how cold we are!" "You simpletons," cried he, "what are you crying about? If you are cold, come and take a seat by the fire and warm yourselves." And when he had said that, two great black cats came with one tremendous leap and sat down on each side of him and looked savagely at him with their fiery eyes. After a short time, when they had warmed themselves, they said, "Comrade, shall we have a game of cards?" "Why not?" he replied, "but just show me your paws." Then they stretched out their claws. "Oh," said he, "what long claws you have. Wait, I must first cut them for you." Thereupon he seized them by the throats and put them on the cutting board and screwed their feet fast. "I have looked at your fingers," said he, "and my fancy for playing cards has gone." And he struck them dead and threw them out into the water. But when he had made away with these two, and was about to sit down again by the fire, out from every hole and corner came black cats and black dogs, with red-hot chains, and more of them came until he could no longer steer, and they yelled horribly and got on fire, pulled it to pieces, and tried to put it out. He watched them for a while quietly, but at last, when they were going too far, he seized his cutting board and cried, "Away with you, vermin!" and began to cut them down. Part of them ran away, but the others he killed and threw out into the fish pond. When he came back, he fanned the embers of the fire again and warmed himself. And as he thus sat, his eyes would keep open no longer, and he felt a desire to sleep. Then he looked round and saw a great bed in the corner. That is the very thing for me," said he, and he got into it. When he was just going to shut his eyes, however, the bed began to move of its own accord and went over the whole of the castle. "That's right," said he, "but go faster." Then the bed rolled on as if 6 horses were harnessed to it, up and down, over thresholds and steps. But suddenly, hop, hop, it turned over upside down and lay on him like a mountain. But he threw quilts and pillows up in the air, got out, and said, "Now everyone who likes may drive," and lay down by the fire and slept till it was morning. In the morning the king came, and when he saw him lying there on the ground, he thought the evil spirits had killed him, and he was dead. Then said he, "After all, it was a pity. He is a handsome man." The youth heard it, got up, and said, "It has not come to that yet." Then the king was astounded, but very glad, and asked how he fared. "Very well indeed," answered he. "One night is past. The 2 others will get over likewise." Then he went to the innkeeper, who opened his eyes very wide and said, "I never expected to see you alive again. Have you learned how to shudder yet?" "No," said he, "it is all in vain. If someone would but tell me." The second night he again went up into the old castle, sat down by the fire, and once more began his old song. "If I could but shudder." When the midnight came, an uproar and noise of trembling about was heard. At first it was low, but it grew louder and louder. Then it was quiet for a while, and at length, with a loud scream, half a man came down the chimney and fell before him. "Hello!" cried he. "Another half belongs to this. This is too little." Then the uproar began again, and there was a roaring and howling, and the other half fell down likewise. "Wait," said the youth. "I will just blow up the fire a little for you." When he had done that and looked round again, the two pieces were joined together, and the frightful man was sitting in his place. "There is no part of our bargain," said the youth. "The bench is mine." The man wanted to push him away. The youth, however, would not allow that, but thrust him off with all his strength, and seated himself again in his own place. Then still more men fell down, one after the other. They brought 9 dead man legs and 2 skulls, and set them up and played at 9 pines with them. The youth also wanted to play and said, "Can I join you?" "Enough money," replied he, "but your balls are not quite round." Then he took the skulls and put them in the lathe and turned them till they were round. "There now, they will roll better." And said he, "All right, now it goes merry." He played with them and lost some of his money, but when the when it struck 12, everything vanished from his sight. He lay down and quietly fell asleep. Next morning the king came to inquire after him. "How has it fared with you this time?" asked he. "I have been playing at 9 pawns," he answered, "and have lost a couple of fair things." "Have you not shuddered then?" "Eh? What?" said he. "I have made merry, if I did but know what it was to shudder." If I did, but if did but know what it was to shudder." The third night he sat down again on his bench and quietly said, "If I could but shudder." When it grew late, 6 tall men came in and brought a coffin. Then said he, "Ha ha, that is certainly my little cousin, who died only a few days ago." And he beckoned with his finger and cried, "Come, little cousin, here." They placed the coffin on the ground, but he went to it and took the lid off, and a dead man lay therein. He felt his face, but it was cold as ice. "Stop," said he. "I will warm you a little," and went to the fire, warmed his hands, and laid it on the dead man's face, but he remained cold. Then he took him out of it, and sat down by the fire, and laid him on his breast, and rubbed his arms that the blood might circulate again. As this also did no good, he thought to himself, "When 2 people lie in bed together, they warm each other," and carried him to the bed, covered him, and laid down by him. After a short time, the dead man became warm and began to move. Then again the youth, "See, little cousin, have I not warmed you?" The dead man, however, got up and cried, "Now I will strangle you." "What?" "What?" said he. "Is that the way you think me? You shall at once go into your coffin again." And he took him up, threw him into it, and shut the lid. Then came the 6 men and carried him away again. "I cannot manage to shudder," said he. "I shall never learn it here as long as I live." Then a man entered, who was taller than all others, and looked terrible. He was old, however, and had a long white beard. "You wretch," cried he, "you shall soon learn what it is to shudder, for you shall die." "Not so fast," replied the youth. "If I am to die, I shall have a say in it." "I will soon seize you," said the fiend. "Softly, softly, do not talk so big. I am as strong as you are, and perhaps even stronger." "We shall see," said the old man. "If you are stronger, I will let you go. Come, we will try." Then he led him by dark passages to a smith's forge, took an axe, with one blow struck an anvil into the ground. "I could do better than that," said the youth, and went to the other anvil. The old man placed himself near and wanted to look on, and his white beard hung down. Then The young Then the youth seized the axe, split the anvil with one blow, and struck the old man's beard in with it. "Now I have you," said the youth. "Now it is you who will have to die." Then he seized an iron bar and beat the old man till he moaned and entreated him to stop. Then he would give him great riches. The youth drew out the axe and let him go. The old man led him back into the castle, and a sailor showed him 3 chests full of gold. "Of these," said he, "one part is for the poor, the other for the king. The third is yours." In the meantime, it struck 12, and the spirit disappeared. The youth therefore was left in darkness. "I shall still be able to find a way out," said he, and felt about, found the way into the room, and slept there by the fire. Next morning the king came and said, Now, you must have learned what shuddering is." "No," he answered. "What can it be?" "My dead cousin was here, and a bearded man came and showed me a great deal of money down below, but no one told me what it was to shudder." "Then," said the king, "you have delivered the castle from the enchantment, and shall marry my daughter." "That is all very, very well," said he, "but still I do not know what is to shudder." Then the gold was brought up, and the wedding celebrated. But however much the young king loved his wife, and however happy he was, he still always said, if I could but shudder, if I could but shudder." And at last she was angry at this. Her waiting maid said, "I will find a cure for him. You shall soon learn what it is to shudder." She went out to the stream, which flowed through the garden, and had a whole bucket full of gudgeons brought to her. At night, when the young king was sleeping, his wife was to draw the clothes off him, empty the bucket full of cold water with the gudgeons in it over him, so that the little fishes would sprawl about him. When this was done, he woke up and cried, "Oh, what makes me shudder so? What makes me shudder so, dear wife? Ah, now I know what it is to shudder." So pretty much is that he isn't afraid of anything, from what I understand.
Hey streamer, cast hydrant.
Thank you for the streamer package, Rose. Thank you, thank you. One minute. Yes, water and cookies. No worries, Casero. What are you baking? Aw. Oh, the Creative Club? It's okay. I don't get that much interactive, but like I do use it like to post when I go live and stuff, and like whenever I post like my shorts and stuff or videos. I don't use it that much though. Hi, lover. Okay, so literally the next story is literally like 2 pages. Literally. Or like if you consider a page back and forth, like the front and back of the page, and then not even half a page on the third page. So like 2.5, not even 2.5, like 2.25. Yeah. Okay, so the next story is called The Wolf and the 7 Little Kids. Ooh. There was once upon a time an old goat who had 7 little kids and loved them with all the love of a mother for her children. One day she wanted to go into the forest and fetch some food. So she called all 7 to her and said, "Dear children, I have to go into the forest. Be on your guard against the wolf. If he comes in, he will devour you all, skin, hair, and all. The wretch often disguises himself, but you all know him at once by his rough voice and his black feet." The kids said, "Dear mother, we will take good care of ourselves. You may go away without any anxiety." Then the old one bladed and went on her way with an easy mind. It was not long before someone knocked at the door and called, "Open the door, dear children. Your mother is here and has brought something back with her for each of you." But the little kids knew that it was the wolf by the rough voice. "We will not open the door," cried they. "You are not our mother." She has a soft, pleasant voice, but your voice is rough. You are the wolf. Then the wolf went away to a shopkeeper, and brought himself a great lump of chalk, ate this, and made his voice soft with it. He came back, knocked at the door of the house, and cried, "Open the door, dear children, your mother is here, and has brought something back with her for each of you." But the wolf had laid his black paws against the window, and the children saw them and cried, "We will not open the door. Our mother has not black feet like yours. You are the wolf." Then the wolf ran to a baker and said, "I have hurt my feet. Rub some dough over them for me." And when the baker had rubbed his feet over, he ran to a miller and said, "Screw some white meat over my feet for me." The miller thought to himself, "The wolf wants to devour someone," and refused. But the wolf said, "If you will not do it, I will devour you." Then the miller was afraid, and made his paws white for him. Yes, that's how people are. So now the wretch went for the third time to the door, knocked at it, and said, "Open the door for me, children. Your dear little mother has come home, and has brought everyone of you something back from the forest with her." The little kids cried, "First show us your paws, that we may know if you are our dear little mother." Then he put his paws in through the window, and when the kids saw that they were white, they believed that all he said was true, and opened the door. But who should come in but the wolf? They were terrified and wanted to hide themselves. One sprung under the table, the second into the bed, and third into the stove, the fourth into the kitchen, the fifth into the cupboard, the sixth under the washing bowl, and the seventh into the cloak case. But the wolf found them, and used no great ceremony. One after the other, he swallowed them down his throat. The youngest, who was in the clock case, was the only one he did not find. When the wolf had satisfied his appetite, he took himself off, laid himself down under a tree in the green meadow outside, and began to sleep. Soon afterwards, the old goat came home again from the forest. Ah, what a sight she saw there! The door stood wide open. The table, chairs, and benches were thrown down. The washing bowl lay broken to pieces, and the quilts and pillows were pulled off the bed. She sought her children, but they were nowhere to be found. She called one after another by name, but no one answered. At last, when she came to the youngest, a soft voice cried, "Dear mother, I am in the clock case." She took the kid out and told her that the wolf had come and had eaten all the others. Then you may imagine how she wept over her poor children. At length, in her grief, she went out, and the youngest kid ran with her. When they came to the meadow, there the wolf lay by the tree, and snored so loudly that the branches shook. She looked at him on every side, and saw that something was moving and struggling in his gorging belly. "Ah, heavens," said she, "it is possible that my poor children, whom he has swallowed down for his supper, can still be alive." Then the kid had to run home and fetch scissors and a needle and thread, and the goat opened the monster's stomach, and hardly had she made one cut than one little kiss burst its head, and when she cut further, all six sprung out one after the other, and were all still alive, and had suffered no injury whatever, for in his greediness the monster had swallowed them down whole. What rejoicing there was! They embraced their dear mother, and jumped like a sailor at his wedding. The mother, however, said, "Now go and look for some big stone, and we will fill the wicked beast's stomach with them while he is still asleep." Then the seven kids dragged stones there with all speed and put as many of them into his stomach as they could get in, and the mother sewed him up again in greatest haste, so that he was not aware of anything and never once stirred. When the wolf at length had his sleep out, he got on his legs, and as the stones in his stomach made him very thirsty, he wanted to go to a well to drink. But when he began to move about, the stones in his stomach knocked against each other and rattled. Then he cried, "What rattled and tumbled against my poor old bones? I thought it was 6 kids, but it's not, but big stones." And when he got to the well, stooped over the water, and was just about to drink, the heavy stones made him fall in, and there was no help, but he had to drown miserably. When the 7 kids saw that, they came running to the spot and cried aloud, "The wolf is dead! The wolf is dead!" and danced for joy around about the well with their mother. And that was the end of that one. That was really short. I said, like, the wolf kind of deserved it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, these are the Grimm fairy tales, and they're nothing like the Disney stories that we're used to. Yeah. Now, the moral of the story is don't open the door. Yeah. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna grab more water, and I'm also gonna grab some Tylenol. My head is starting to hurt. Just give me a sec. I'm back. Let me just scoot up a little bit. Oh, no problem, Casero. I'm glad you like the stories. Okay, it's in my way. Is the way to minimize this? It's like on my other screen. I don't like it. Okay, you're gonna see green for like 2 seconds. Thank you, thank you. Have to bring it back. I need to pick it back. Oh, hold up. Free camera mode. And we're gonna make this the new save position. Quick save. Oh, let me just redo this real quick. Let's open up the tea room. Close this real quick. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. I do have to move it. Shoot. Where is Cam? Now V2 Studio 3D model. Okay. Center this a little bit. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, so now we're gonna make this transparent so I can see. Okay, so now I should be able to move it around. Okay. Okay, and this is gonna be save 2. Let's try that. Okay, that's 1, that's 2. Okay. No, I want it more rotated. Save. Okay, so we have 1, 2. 1, 2. And then when we're gaming, it should be about this size. Actually, to figure this out, I'm actually just going to go over to the gaming one. Or like to the writing overlay real quick. And we're looking for, what am I looking for? VTuber cam, okay. 3D model. Or should I gotta move that over? Am I literally just fixing stuff while on stream? Of course. When am I not fixing stuff? Okay, and that's gonna be save file 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. That should be good. Okay, there we go. We should be good now. So the next one is called Faithful John. Makes me wonder, how faithful is he really? Given the stories we were reading so far. I'm just saying. Okay, Faithful John. There was once upon a time an old king who was ill and thought to himself, I am lying on what must be my deathbed. Then said he, tell Faithful John to come to me. Faithful John was his favorite servant, and was so called because he had for his whole lifelong been so true to him. Therefore, when he came beside the bed, the king said to him, most faithful John, I feel my end approaching, and I have no anxiety except about my son. He is still of tender age, and cannot always know how to guide himself. If you do not promise me to teach him everything that he ought to know, and to be his foster father, I cannot close my eyes in peace. Then answered Faithful John, I will not forsake him, and will serve him with fidelity, even if it should cost me my life. At this, the old king said, now I die in comfort and peace. Then, he added, after my death, you shall show him the whole castle, all the chambers, halls, and vaults, and all the treasures which lie there within. But the last chamber in the long gallery, in which is the picture of the princess of the golden dwelling, you shall not show. If he sees that picture, he will fall violently in love with her, and will drop down in a swoon, and go through great danger for her sake. Therefore, you must preserve him from that. And when Faithful John had once more given his promise to the old king about this, the king said no more, but laid his head on his pillow and died. When the old king had been carried to his grave, Faithful John told the young king all that he had promised his father on his deathbed, and said, this I will assuredly perform, and will be faithful to you, as I have been faithful to him, even if it should cost me my life. When the mourning was over, Faithful John said to him, it is now time that you see your inheritance, and I will show you your father's palace. Then he took him about wherever, up and down, and let him see all the riches and the magnificent apartments. Only there was one room which he did not open, that in which hung the dangerous pitcher. The pitcher was, however, so placed that when the door was opened, you looked straight at it, and it was so admirably painted that it seemed to breathe and live, and there was nothing more charming or more beautiful in the whole world. The young king, however, plainly remarked that Faithful John always walked past this one door, and said, why do you never open this one for me? "There is something within," he replied, "which would terrify you." But the king answered, "I have seen all the palace. I will know what is in this room also." And he went. They tried to break open the door by force. Then faithful John held him back and said, "I promised your father before his death, and that you should not see what witch is in this chamber. It might bring the greatest misfortune on you and on me." "Oh no," replied the young king. "If I do not go in, it will be my certain destruction. I shall have no rest day or night until I had seen it with my own eyes. I shall not leave the place now until you have unlocked the door." Then faithful John saw that there was no help for it now, and with a heavy heart and many sighs sought out the key from the great bunch. When he had opened the door, he went in first, and thought by standing before him he could hide the portrait so that the king should not see it in front of him. But to what avail? The king stood on tiptoes and saw it over his shoulder. Luna Lamp, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. We're currently reading Faithful John. The king stood on his tippy toes and saw it over his shoulder. And when he saw the portrait of the maiden, which was so magnificent and shone with gold and precious stone, he fell fainting to the ground. Faithful John took him up, carried him to his bed, sorrowfully thought, "The misfortune has befallen us, Lord God. What will be the end of it?" Then he strained him with wine. Yeah, it's like he's faithful to the current king, and he tried to be faithful to the old king's wishes, but clearly the son is headstrong. Then he strained him with wine until he came to himself again. The first words the king said were, "Ah, the beautiful portrait. Who is it?" "That is the princess of the golden dwelling," answered faithful John. Then the king continued, "My love for her is so great that if all the leaves on all the trees were tongues, they will not declare it. I will give my life to win her. You are my most faithful John. You must help me." The faithful servant considered within himself for a long time how to set about the matter, for it was difficult even to obtain a sight of the king's daughter. At length he thought of a way, and said to the king, "Everything which she has about her is of gold: table, chairs, dishes, glasses, bowls, and household furniture. Among your treasures are 5 tons of gold. Let one of the godsons of the kingdom work these up into all matters of the vessels and utilities, into all kinds of birds, wild beasts, and strange animals, such as may please her, and we will go there with them and try our luck." The king ordered all the costumes to be brought to him, and they had to work night and day until, at last, the most splendid things were prepared, and everything was shown on board a ship. Faithful John put on the clothes of a merchant, and the king was forced to do the same in order to make himself quite unrecognizable. Then they sailed across the sea and sailed on until they came to the town where the princess of the golden dwelling resided. Faithful John bade the king stay behind on the ship and wait for him. "Perhaps I shall bring the princess with me," said he. "Therefore, see that everything is in order. Have the golden vessel set out and the whole ship decorated." Then he gathered together in his apron all kinds of gold things, went on shore, and walked straight to the royal palace. When he entered the courtyard of the palace, a beautiful girl was standing there by the well with 2 golden buckets in her hand, drawing water with them. And when she was turning around to carry away the sparkling water, she saw the stranger and asked who he was. So he answered, I am a merchant. And opened his apron and let her look in. Then she cried, "Oh, what beautiful golden things!" It brought her pale down and looked at the golden wares. Wares, one after the other. Then said the girl, "The princess must see these. She has such great pleasure in gold things that she will buy all you have." She took him by the hand and led him upstairs, for she was the waiting maid. When the king's daughter saw the wares, she was quite delighted and said, "They are so beautiful work, and I will buy them all from you." But Faithful John said, "I am only the servant of a rich merchant. The things I have here are not to be compared with those my master has in his ship. They are the most beautiful and valuable things that have ever been made in gold." She wanted to have everything brought to her there. But he said, "There are so many of them that it will take a great many days to do that, and so many rooms will be required to exhibit them, that your house is not big enough." Then her curiosity and longing were still more excited. At last she said, "Take me to the ship. I will go there myself and behold the treasures of your master." On this, Faithful John was quite delighted, and led her to the ship. And when the king saw her, he perceived that her beauty was even greater than the picture had represented it to be, and thought no one than that his heart were burst. Then she got into the ship, and the king let her within. Faithful John, however, remained behind with the pilot, and ordered the ship to be pushed off, saying, "Set all sails till it fly like a bird in air." Inside, however, the king showed her the golden vessels, every one of them, and the wild beasts and strange animals. Many hours went by while she was seeing everything. In her delight, she did not observe that the ship was sailing away. After she had looked at the last piece, she thanked the merchant and wanted to go home. And when she came to the side, after she had looked at the last piece, she thanked the merchant and went to go home. And when she came to the side of the ship, she saw that it was on a deep sea far from land, and hurried onward with all sails set. "Ah!" cried she in her alarm. "I am betrayed! I am carried away, have fallen into the power of a merchant! I would rather die!" The king, however, seized her hand and said, "I am not a merchant. I am a king, and of no worse origin than you are. And if I have carried you away with nobility, then it has come to pass because of my exceeding great love for you. The first time that I looked on your portrait, and I fell faintly to the ground. When the princess of the golden dwelling heard that, she was comforted, and her heart inclined unto him, so that she willingly consented to be his wife." It so happened, however, while they were sailing onward over the deep sea, that Faithful John, who was sitting on the forepart of the vessel, making music, saw 3 ravens in the air, which came flying towards them. At this he stopped playing and listened to what they were saying to each other, for that he well understood, and cried, "Oh, there, he is carrying home the princess of the golden dwelling." "Yes," replied the second. "But he has not got her yet," said the third. "But he has got her. She is sitting beside him in the ship." Then the first began again and cried, "What good will that do him? When they reach land, a chestnut horse will leap forward to meet him, and the princess will want to mount it. But if he does that, it will run away with him, and rise up into the air with him, and he will never see his maiden again." Said the second, "But is there no escape?" "Oh yes, if anyone else gets on it swiftly, it takes out the pistol which must be in its holster, and shoots the horse down with it. The young king is saved. But who knows that? And whoever does know it and tells it to him, will be turned to stone from the toe to the knee. Then said the second, I know more than that. Even if the horse is killed, the young king will still not keep his bride. When they go into the castle together, a wrought bridal garment will be laying there in a dish, and looking as if it were woven of gold and silver. It is, however, nothing but sulfur and pitch, and if he puts it on, it will burn him to the very bone and marrow. Said the third, Is there no escape at all? Oh, yes, replied the second. If anyone with gloves on sees the garment and throw it into the fire and burns it, the young king will be saved. But what's the good in that? Whoever knows it and tells it to him, half his body will become stone from the knee to his heart. Then said the third, I know still more. Even if the bridal garment be burnt, the young king will still not have his bride. After the wedding and the dancing begins, and the young queen is dancing, she will suddenly turn pale and fall down as if dead. And if someone does not lift her up and suck three drops of blood from her right breast and spit them out again, she will die. But if anyone who knows that were to declare it, it would become stone from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot. When the ravens had spoken of this together, they flew onward. Faithful John had well understood everything, but from that time forth he became quiet and sad, for if he concealed what he had heard, his master would suffer, and if he revealed it to himself, he himself must suffer his life. At length, however, he said to himself, I will save my master, even if it brings destruction on myself. When therefore they came to shore, all happened as had been foretold by the raven. And a magnificent chestnut horse sprung forward. Good, said the king. He shall carry me to my palace. I was about to mount him when Faithful John got before him, jumped quickly on, and drew the pistol out of the horse and shot the horse. Then the other attendants of the king, who after all were not very fond of Faithful John, cried, How shameful to kill the beautiful animal that was to have carried the king to his palace. But the king said, Hold your place and leave him alone. He is my most faithful John. Who knows what good may come of his actions? They went into the palace, and in the hall there stood a dish. Beside lay the bridal garment, looking no otherwise than as if it were made of gold and silver. The young king went towards it and was about to take hold of it, but Faithful John pushed him away, seized it on with gloves, and carried it quickly to the fire to burn it. The other attendants again began to murmur, and said, Behold, now he is even burning the bridal garment. But the young king said, Who knows what good he may have done? Leave him alone. He is my most faithful John. And now the wedding was solemnized, the dance began, and the bride also took part in it. The faithful John was watchful, looked to her face, and suddenly she turned pale and fell to the ground. Suddenly she turned pale and fell to the ground, as if she were dead. At this, he ran hastily to her, lifted her up, and bore her into her chamber. Then he laid her down, and knelt and sucked 3 drops of blood from her right breast, and spit them out. Immediately she breathed again, and recovered herself. But the young king had seen this, and being ignorant why Faithful John had done it, was angry and cried, Throw him into the dungeon. Next morning Faithful John was condemned and led to the gallows. When he stood up high and was about to be executed, he said, Everyone who has to die is permitted before his end to make one last speech. May I claim the right? Yes, answered the king. It shall be granted. Then, said Faithful John, I am unjustly condemned, and have always been true to you. And he related how he had hearkened to the conversation of the ravens when at the sea, and how he had been obliged to do all these things in order to save his master. Then cried the king, Oh, my most faithful John, pardon, bring him down. But as Faithful John spoke the last word, he had fallen down lifeless. It became a stone. At this, the king and queen suffered great anguish. And the king said, Ah, how ill I have requited great fidelity, and ordered the stone John to be taken up and placed in his bedroom, beside his bed. And as often as he looked at it, he wept and said, "Ah, if I could bring you to life again, my most faithful John." Some time passed, and the queen bore twin sons who grew fast and were her delight. Once, when the queen was at church, and the two children were sitting playing beside their father, the latter, full of grief, again looked at the stone figure, sighed, and said, "Ah, if I could but bring you to life again, my most faithful John." Then the stone began to speak and said, "You can bring me to life again if you will sacrifice what is dearest to you." Then cried the king, "I will give everything I have in the world for you." I don't think that's really him. Then cried the king, "I will give everything I have in the world for you." The stone continued, "If you cut off the heads of your two children with your own hand, and sprinkle me with their blood, I shall be restored to life." The king was terrified when he heard that he himself must kill his dearest children, but he thought of faithful John's great fidelity, and how he had died for him, drew his sword, and with his own hand cut off the kids' heads. And when he had smeared the stone with their blood, life returned to it, and faithful John stood once more safe and healthy before him. He said to the king, "Your fidelity shall not go unrewarded," and took the heads of the children, put them on again, and rubbed the wounds with their blood, and at which they became whole again immediately, and jumped about and went on playing as if nothing had happened. Then the king was full of joy, and when he saw the queen coming, he hid faithful John and the two children in a great cupboard. When she entered, she said, "Have you been playing in the church?" "Yes," said she, "but I have constantly been thinking of faithful John, and what misfortune has befallen him through us." Then he said, "Dear wife, we can give him his life back, but it will cost us our two little sons, whom we must sacrifice." The queen turned pale, and her heart was full of terror, but she said, "We owe it to him for his great fidelity." Then the king rejoiced that she thought as he had thought, and went and opened the cupboard, and brought forth faithful John and the children, and said, "God be praised, he is saved. We have our little sons again also," and told her how everything had occurred. Then they dwelt together in much happiness until their death. And that was the end of that one. So at least there's a happy
Hey,
ending
streamer,
for this one.
cast hydrate.
Thank you for the streamer package, Rose. Water and cookie. that Discord? Is that Twitter? I don't know what it is. Book's about to fall on the floor. Nope. No, not you going in my lap. It says I currently have cookies on the table. He was faithful throughout the end, but like it's kind of sad that he turned to stone, even if he mentioned it. Okay, let me just move my OBS. No, we're gonna move Twitch over here. At least it's like I have OBS right here. I can't help you there. So the next story we're gonna read is The Good Bargain. I wonder how horrible this one could go wrong. There was once a peasant who had driven his cow to the fair and sold her for 7 talers. On the way home, he had to pass a pond, and already from afar, he heard the frogs crying. Ack, 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 ack. Well, said he to himself, they are talking without rhyme or reason. It is 7 that I have received, not 8. When he got to the water, he cried to them, Stupid animal that you are, don't you know better than that? It is 7 talers and not 8. The frogs, however, stood to their ack, ack, ack. Come then, if you won't believe it, I can count it out for it to you. And then he took his money out of his pocket and counted out the 7 talers, always reckoning 24 gold chains to a taler. The frog, however, paid no attention to his reckoning, but still cried, Ack, 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 ack. What? Cried the peasant, quite angry. Since you are determined to know better than I, count it yourself, and threw all the money into the water to them. He stood still and wanted to wait until they were done and had brought him his own again. But the frogs maintained their opinion. They cried continuously, Ack, 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 ack. But beside that, did not throw the money out again. He still waited a long while until evening came, and he was forced to go home. Then he abused the frogs and said, You water splashers, you thick-headed, you Google eyes, you have great mouth. It can screech till you hurt one's ears, but you cannot count 7 talents. Do you think I'm going to stand here till you are done? And with that, he went away, but the frog still cried, Ack, 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 ack. After him till he went home quite angry. He's stupid for throwing in the water. That's all I have to say. After a while, he bought another cow, which he killed, and he made the calculation that if he sold the meat well, he might gain as much as the 2 cows were worth, and still have the hide in the bargain. When he got to town with the meat, a great troop of dogs were gathered together in front of the gate, with a large greyhound at the head of them, which jumped at the meat, sniffed at it, and barked, Wow, wow, wow. As there was no stopping him, the peasant said to him, Yes, yes, I know quite well that you are saying wow, 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 because you want some of the meat, but I should fare badly if I were to give it to you. The dog, however, answered nothing but wow, wow. Will you promise not to devour it all then? And will you vouch for your companions? Wow, wow, wow. Well, if you insist on it, I will leave it for you. I know you well, and know who your master is, but this I tell you, I must have my money in 3 days, or else it will go badly for you. You must bring it out to me. With that, he unloaded the meat and turned back. The dogs fell upon it, and loudly barked, Wow, wow. The countryman who heard them from afar said to him, Now they all want some, but the big one's responsible to me for it. When the 3 days had passed, the countryman thought, Tonight my money will be in my pocket. He was quite delighted, but no one would come and pay it. There is no trusting anyone now, said he, and at last he lost patience. Went to town to the butcher and demanded his money. The butcher thought it was a joke, but the peasant said, Dressing apart, I'll have my money. Did not the great dog bring you the meat of the slaughtered cow 3 days ago? Then the butcher grew angry and snatched a broomstick and drove him out. Wait a while, said the peasant. There is still some justice in the world. And went to the royal palace and begged for audience. He was led before the king. Oh, are you serious? He sat there with his daughter and asked him what injury he had suffered. Alas, said he, the frogs and the dogs have taken from me what is mine, and the butcher has paid me with a stick. And he related at full length all that had happened. At this, the king's daughter began to laugh heartily, and the king said to him, I cannot give you justice in this, but you shall have my daughter to wed for it. In her whole life she has never yet laughed, as she has just done at you, and I have promised her to the man who can make her laugh. You may thank God for your good fortune. Oh, answered the peasant, I will not have her. I have a wife already, and she is one too many for me when I go home. It is just as bad as if I had a wife standing in every corner. Then the king grew angry and said, You are a boor. Ah, Lord King, replied the peasant, I can't expect from a pig but pork. Stop, answered the king, you shall have another reward. Be off now. Come back in 3 days, and then you shall have 500 counted out in full. When the peasant went out by the gate, the sentry said, You have made the king's daughter laugh, so you will certainly receive something good. Yes, that is what I think, answered the peasant. 500 are to be counted out to me. Listen, said the soldier. Give me some of it. What can you do with all that money? Because it is you, said the peasant. You shall have 200. Sell yourself in 3 days times before the king, and let it be paid to you. Because it is you, said the peasant, you shall have 200. Present yourself in 3 days' time before the king, and let it be paid to you, okay? A Jew who was standing by and had heard the conversation ran after the peasant, held him by the coat, and said, Oh, wonder, what a lucky man you are. I will change it for you. I will change it for you into small coins. What would you do with the great taler? Jews, said the countryman. 300 you can have. Give it to me at once in coins. In 3 days from this, you will be paid for by the king. The Jew was delighted with the profit, and brought the sum in bad groschens, 3 of which were worth 2 good ones. After 3 days had passed, according to the king's command, the peasant went before the king. Pull his coat off, said the latter. He shall have his 500. Ah, said the peasant, they no longer belong to me. I present 200 of them to the sentinels. 300 the Jew had changed for me. So by right, nothing. What?
She has abilities. No one believes
What
her.
the hell? Why did my phone just go off? That's so weird. Where was I at? Ah, said the peasant. They no longer belong to me. I present 200 of them to the sentinel. In 300, the Jew has changed for me. So by right, nothing at all belongs to me. In the meantime, the soldier and the Jew entered and demanded what they were owed by the peasant, and this conduct angered the king. They received a blow strictly counted out. The soldier bore it patiently, and knew already how it felt. But the Jew said sorrowfully, "Alas, alas, are these the hard talents?" The king could not help, could not help laughing at the peasant, and once all his anger was gone, he said, "As you have already lost your reward before it came to you, I will give you something in the place of it. Go into my treasure chamber and get some money for yourself, as much as you will." The peasant did not need to be told twice, and stuffed into his big pockets whatever would go in. Afterwards, he went to an inn and counted out his money. The Jew had crept after him. I heard how he muttered to himself, "The rogue of the king has cheated me after all. Why could he not have given me the money himself? And then I should have known what I had. How can I tell now if what I have had the luck to put in my pockets is right or not?" "Good heavens," said the Jew to himself, "that man is speaking disrespectfully of our lord the king. I will run and inform, and then I shall get a reward, and he will be punished as well." "Good heavens," said the Jew to himself, "that man is speaking disrespectfully of our lord the king. I will run and inform, and then I shall get a reward, and he will be punished as well." When the king heard of the peasant's words, he fell into a passion, and commanded the Jew to go and bring the offender to him. The Jew ran to the peasant. "You are to go at once to the lord king in the very clothes you have on." "I know what's right better than that," answered the peasant. "I shall have a new coat made first." "Do you think that a man with so much money in his coat is to go there in his ragged old coat?" The Jew, as he saw that the peasant would not stir without another coat, and as he feared that if the king's anger cooled, he himself would lose his reward, the peasant, his punishment, said, I will, out of pure friendship, lend you a coat for a short time. What will people not do for love?" The peasant was contented with this, put the Jew's coat on, and went off with him. The king reproached the countryman because of the evil speaking of which the Jew had informed him. "Ah," said the peasant, "what a Jew says is always false. No true words ever comes out of his mouth. That rascal there is capable of maintaining that I have this coat on." "What is that?" shrieked the Jew. "Is the coat not mine? Have I not lent it to you out of pure friendship, in order that you might appear before the Lord King?" When the king heard that, he said, "The Jew has assuredly deceived one or the other of us, either myself or the peasant." And again he ordered something to be counted out to him in hard thalers. The peasant, however, went home in the good coat, with the good money in his pocket, and said to himself, "This time I have hit it." That was interesting.
Hey streamer, cast hydrate.
Rose, thank you so much for the share package. Thank you, thank you. Yes, too many words. So let's see. The next one is. So let me change the. Pull up. Change the title. Musician. Coya. Yes, the great Coya. Yeah. Okay. The wonderful musician. There once was a wonderful musician who went quite alone through a forest and thought of all manner of things. And when nothing was left for him to think about, he said to himself, "Time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch a good companion for myself." And he took his fiddle from his back and played so that it echoed through the trees. It was not long before a wolf came trotting through the thickest towards him. "Ah, here is a wolf coming. I have no desire for him," said the musician. But the wolf came near and said to him, "Ah, the musician, how beautifully you do play. I should like to learn that too." "It is soon learned," the musician replied. "Only you have to do all that I bid you." "Oh, musician," said the wolf, "I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master." The musician had him follow, and when they had gone part the way together, they came to an old oak tree, which was hollow inside and cleft in the middle. "Look," said the musician, if you will learn to fiddle, put your forepaws into this crevice." The wolf obeyed, but the musician quickly picked up a stone, and with one blow wedged his two paws so fast that he was forced to stay there like a prisoner. "Stay there until I come back again," said the musician, and went his way. After a while, he said again to himself, "Time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch another companion," and took his fiddle again and again played in the forest. It was not long before a fox came creeping through the trees towards him. "Ah, there's a fox coming," said the musician. "I have no desire for him." The fox came up to him and said, "Oh, dear musician, how beautifully you do play. I should like to learn that too." "That is soon learned," said the musician. "You have only to do everything that I bid you." "Oh, musician," then said the wolf, "I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master." "Follow me," said the musician. When they had walked part of the way, they came to a footpath with high bushes on both sides of it. There the musician stood still, and from one side bent a young hazel bush down to the ground and put his foot on top of it. Then he bent down a young tree from the other side as well, and said, "Now, little fox, if you will learn something, give me your left front paw." The fox obeyed, and the musician fastened his paw to the left paw. "Little fox," said he, "now reach me your right paw." And he tried it to the right paw. When he had examined whether they were firm enough, he let go, and the bushes sprung up again and jerked up the little fox so that it hung, struggling in the air. "Wait there until I come back again," said the musician, and went his way. Again he said to himself, "Time to begin to pass heavily with me here in the forest." I will fetch another companion. So he took his fiddle. He's gonna do the same thing. Oh my god. So he took to his fiddle, and the sound echoed through the forest. Then a little hare came springing towards him. Why, a hare is coming, said the musician. I do not want him. Oh. Ah, the musician, said the hare. How beautifully you do play. I too like to learn that. That is soon learned, said the musician. You have only to do everything that I bid you. Oh, musician, replied the little hare, I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master. They went on a part of the way together until they came to an open space in the forest. There stood a ash-man tree. The master tried a long stride round the little hare neck, the other end of which he fastened to the tree. Now, brisk little hare, run 20 times around the tree, cried the musician, and the little hare obeyed. When it had run around 20 times, it had twisted the spring 20 times around the trunk of the tree, and the little hare was caught, and let it pull and tug at his leg. It only made the string cut into his tender neck. Wait there till I come back, and the musician, said the musician, and went onwards. The wolf, in the meantime, had pushed and pulled and bitten at the stone, and had worked so long that he had set his feet free and had drawn them once more out of the cleft. Full of anger and rage, he hurried after the musician and wanted to tear him to pieces. When the fox saw him running, he began to lament and cried with all his might, Brother Wolf, come to help me. The musician has betrayed me. The wolf drew down the little tree, bit the cord in two, and freed the fox, who went with him to take revenge on the musician. They found the tied-up hare, who likewise they released, and then they all sought the enemy together. The musician had once more played the fiddle as he went on his way, and this time he had been more fortunate. The sound reached the ears of a poor woodcutter, who instantly, without a thought, gave up his work, and came with his hatchet under his arm to listen to the music. At last comes the right companion, said the musician, for I was seeking a human being and no wild beast. And it began and played so beautifully and delightfully that the poor man stood there as if bewitched, and his heart leaped with gladness. And as he thus stood, the wolf, the fox, and the hare came up, and he saw well that they had some evil design. So he raised his glittering axe and placed himself before the musician, as if to say, Whoever wishes to touch him, let him beware, for he will have to do with me. Then the beasts were terrified and ran back into the forest. The musician, however, played once more to the man out of gratitude, and then went onward. Hi, Blanket. Yes, we're reading stories. Hee hee. How are you, Blanket? I'm doing well, Blanket. Of course. I got back from work. I went out with my parents. We had a bunch of errands we had to do. Um, I saw some of my friends at my old job, so I was there for a little bit. And then we went with my mom to go fix her phone. It was like there was something wrong with her screen. We went meat shopping. We came back, and we did get home till like 4. So, I went to sleep. Finally, I went to sleep. And then, now we're reading stories. Yeah, it was. 12. Did I spell 12 right? TWEL. Oh, nice. Hi, Ghosty. I see you're still up. Oh, nice. Minecraft.
Is he?
Murder. I don't know what you're talking about. I am doing no such thing. Alright, so the next one we're gonna read is The 12 Brothers.
Hey streamer, cast hydrate.
Of course, I'm sure Blake. I'm sure about everything. And thank you for the shimmer package. Actually, before we do anything, and Ghost just rolled everyone. I do need to get more water. So Yes, Ghost. Rose is here. Oh yeah, you're in good hands. Oh, that's a cute emo. Oh, it's Stella's. Nice. So cute. Okay, like I was saying, I'm gonna get water. So. Oh, you were doing a tower. Okay, so I will be back. Give me like 2 minutes. I have returned. I don't want any more cookies, so we're going for chips now. Thank you. Ooh, he's not. Ooh, hold on. Let me look for a GIF. Where is the Jiffies? GIF. Ignore the fact that I'm on Twitter. Ignore it. None of you know anything, okay? None of you saw anything. Especially if you follow me on Twitter. Just ignore anything I do with me. Right now, me and Ghost are spamming each other with GIFs. Ha! There's the GIF I'm looking for. I accepted the challenge. He will rue the day he messes with me. I know he lives, just remember that. I know exactly where he lives. No, don't knock over the chips. The chips are saved. Okay, I'm done on Twitter. Until he decides to send me another GIF. I think that's it for now. Okay, so we're gonna read one more. How long is the story? Can I get away with another one? know what? Yeah, the next two are like hella short. Like literally, like maybe they're like literally maybe 2 pages to a page. So like they're literally like the next 3 pages, if that. So yeah, we're gonna read those two, and then I'm gonna find someone to raid. And by that, I mean, after that, I am gonna be researching how to draw a sack for the new sack email for Rose, so he can use against ghosts. Because that'll be fun. Hi, Ahe, how are you? Oh, that reminds me. Okay, so the next story we're gonna read is The 12 Brothers. There was once upon a time a king and a queen who lived happily together and had 12 children, but they were all boys. Then said the king to his wife, "If the 13th child which you are about to bring into the world is a girl, the 12 boys shall die, and in order that her possessions may be great, and that the kingdom may fall to her alone. Because likewise 12 coffins to be made, which are already filled with shavings, and in each laid a little pillow for the dead, and had them taken into a locked up room. And then he gave the queen the key of it, and bade her not to speak of this to anyone. The mother, however, now sat and laminated all day long until the youngest son, who was always with her, and whom she had named Benjamin from the Bible, said to her, "Dear mother, why are you so sad?" "Dearest child," she answered, "I may not tell you, but he let her have no rest until she went and unlocked the room and showed him the 12 coffins ready filled with shavings. Then she said, 'My dearest Benjamin, your father has had these coffins made for you and for your 11 brothers. For if I bring a little girl into the world, you are all to be killed and buried in them.' And as she wept while she was saying this, the son comforted her and said, 'Weep not, dear mother, we will save ourselves and go away.' But she said, 'Go forth into the forest with your 11 brothers, and let one sit constantly on the highest tree which can be found, and keep watch, looking towards the tower here in the castle. If I give birth to a little son, I will put up a white flag, and then you may venture to come back. But if I bore a daughter, I will hoist a red flag, and then fly away as quickly as you are able. And may the good God protect you, and every night I will rise up and pray for you in winter, that you may be able to warm yourself at a fire, and in summer, that you may not faint away in the heat.' After she had blessed her sons, they went forth into the forest. They each kept watch in turn, and sat on the highest oak and looked towards the tower. When 11 days had passed, and the turn came to Benjamin, he saw that a flag was being raised. It was, however, not the white, but the blood-red flag which announced that they were all to die. When the brothers heard that, they were very angry and said, "Are we all to suffer death for the sake of a girl? We swear that we will avenge ourselves. Wherever we find a girl, her red blood shall flow." Thereupon they went deeper into the forest, and in the midst of it, where it was the darkest, they found a little bewitched hut, which was standing empty. They said "Here we will dwell, and you, Benjamin, who are the youngest and weakest, shall stay at home and keep house. We others will go out and get food." Then they went into the forest and shot hares, wild deer, birds, and pigeons, and whatever there was to eat. This they took to Benjamin, who had to dress it for them in order that they might appease their hunger. They lived together 10 years in the little hut, and the time did not appear long to them. The little daughter which their mother, the queen, had given birth to was now grown up. She was good of heart, fair of face, and had a golden star on her forehead. Once, when a big washing had been done, she saw 12 men's shirts among the things, and asked her mother, "To whom do these shirts belong? For they are far too small for father." When the queen answered, a heavy heart, "Dear child, these belong to your 12 brothers." Said the maiden, "Where are my 12 brothers? I have never yet heard of them." She replied, "God knows where they are. They are wandering around the world." And she took the maiden and opened the chamber for her. She showed her the 12 coffins with the shavings and pillows for the heads. "These coffins," said she, "were destined for your brothers, but they went away secretly before you were born." And she related to her how everything had happened. And said the maiden, "Dear mother, weep not. I will go and seek my brothers." So she took the 12 shirts and went forth, and straight into the great forest. She walked the whole day, and in the evening she came to the bewitched hut. Then she entered it and found a young boy, who asked, "Where do you come from, and where are you bound?" And was astounded that she was so beautiful and wore royal garments and had a star on her forehead. Select my deck. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. Right now we are reading the 12 brothers. That she was so beautiful and wore royal garments and had a star on her forehead. And she answered, "I am the king's daughter, and I am seeking my 12 brothers, and I will walk as far as the sky is blue until I find them." She likewise showed him the 12 shirts which belonged to them. Then Benjamin saw that she was his sister, and said, "I am Benjamin, your youngest brother." And she began to weep for joy, and Benjamin wept also, and they kissed and embraced each other with the greatest love. But after this he said, "Dear sister, there is still one difficulty. We have agreed that every maiden whom we meet shall die, because we have been obliged to leave our kingdom on account of a girl." Then she said, "I will willingly die, if by doing I can save my 12 brothers." "No," answered he, "we shall not die. Sit yourself beneath this tub until our 11 brothers come. Then I will soon come to an agreement with them." She did so, and when it was night, the others came from hunting, and their dinner was ready. And as they were sitting at the table and eating, they asked, "What news is there?" said Benjamin. "Don't you know anything?" "No," they answered. "You have been in the forest, and I have stayed at home, and yet I know more than you do." "Tell us then," they cried. He answered, "I promise you that the first maiden who meets us shall not be killed." "Yes," they all cried. she shall have mercy, only do tell us. Then said he, Our sister is here. He lifted up the tub, and the king's daughter came forth in her royal garments, with the golden star on her forehead, and she was beautiful, delicate, and fair. Then they were all rejoiced and hugged, and kissed and loved her with all their hearts. Now she stayed at home with Benjamin and helped him with the work. The 11 went into the forest. They caught game and deer and birds, and wood pigeons, that they might have food. The little sister and Benjamin took care to make it ready for them. She sought for the wood for cooking and herbs for vegetables. They put the pans on the fire so that the dinner was always ready when the 11 came. She likewise kept order in the little house, and put beautifully white clean coverings on the little beds. And the brothers were always contented and lived in great harmony with her. Once on a time the two at home had prepared a beautiful meal, and when they were all together, they sat down and ate and drank. Full of gladness. There was, however, a little garden belonging to the bewitched house, where there were 11 lily flowers, which are likewise called students. She wished to give her brothers pleasure, and plucked the 12 flowers, and thought she would present each brother with one while at dinner. But at the same moment that she plucked the flower, the 12 brothers were changed into 12 ravens, and flew away over the forest, and the house and garden vanished likewise. And now the poor maiden was alone in the wild forest. And when she looked around, an old woman was standing near her, who said, My child, what have you done? Why did you not leave the 12 white flowers growing? They were your brothers, who are now forevermore changed into ravens. The maiden said, weeping, Is there no way of saving them? No, said the woman. There is but one in the whole world, and that is so hard that you will not succeed at it. For you must be dumb for 7 years, and may not speak or laugh. And if you speak one single word, and only an hour of the 11 years is wanting, all is in vain, and your brothers will be killed by the one word. Then said the maiden in her heart, I know with certainty that I shall set my brothers free. And went and sought a high tree, and sat spinning. She neither spoke nor laughed. Not it so happened that a king was hunting in the forest, who had a great greyhound which ran to the tree on which the maiden was sitting, and sprung about it, whining and barking at her. Then the king came by and saw the beautiful king's daughter, with the golden star on her brow, and was so charmed with her beauty that he called to ask her if she would be his wife. She made no answer, but nodded a little with her head. So he climbed up the tree himself, carried her down, and placed her on his horse, and took her home. Then the wedding was solemnized with a great magnificence and rejoicing, but the bride neither spoke nor smiled. And they had lived happily together for a few years. The king's mother, who was a wicked woman, began to slander the young queen, and said to the king, This is a common beggar girl whom you have brought back with you. Who knows what impudent tricks she practices secretly? Even if she is dumb and not able to speak, she still might laugh for once. But those who do not laugh have bad consciences. At first the king would not believe it, but the old woman urged it so long and accused her of so many evil things that at last the king himself let himself to be persuaded, sentenced her to death. And now a great fire was lighted in the courtyard, in which she was to be burnt. And the king stood above the window and looked with tearful eyes, because he still loved her so much. And when she was bound fast to the stake, and the fire was looking at her clothes with its red tongue, the last instant of the 7 years expired. Then a whirling sound was heard in the air, and the 12 ravens came flying towards the place, and sank downward. And when they touched the earth, they were her 12 brothers whom she had saved. They tore the fire asunder, extinguished the flame, set their dear sister free and kissed and embraced her. And now, as she dared to open her mouth and speak, she told the king why she had been dumb and had never laughed. The king rejoiced when he heard that she was innocent, and they all lived in great unity until their death. The wicked stepmother was taken before the judge and put into a barrel filled with boiling oil and venomous snakes, and died an evil death. These stories always seem to have this pretty dark ending. Okay, and then the last story for the night is the Pack of Ragamuffins. The cook once said to the hen, "It is now the time when our nuts are ripe, so let us go to the hill together, and for once eat our fill before the squirrel takes them all away." "Yes," replied the hen, "come, we will have some pleasure together." When they went away to the hill, and because it was a bright day, they stayed till evening. Now, I do not know whether it was that they had eaten till they were too fat, or rather they had become proud, but they would not go home on foot. And the cock had to build a little carriage of nut shells. When it was ready, the little hen seated herself in it, and said to the cock, "You can just harness yourself to it." "Ha, I like that," said the cock. "I would rather go home on foot than let myself be harnessed to it." "No, that is not our bargain. I do not mind being coachman and sitting on the box, but I will not drag it myself." As they were thus disputing, a dog quacked at them. "You thieving folks, who told you to go in my nut hill? Well, you shall suffer for it," and ran with open beak at the cock. But the cock was also not idle, and fell boldly on the duck, and at last wounded her so with his spurs that she begged for mercy, and willingly let herself be harnessed to the carriage as a punishment. The little cock now seated himself on the box, and was coachman, and thereupon they went off in a gallop, with "Duck, go as fast as you can." When they had driven part of the way, they met two footed passengers, a pin and a needle. They cried, "Stop, stop," and said that it would soon be as dark as pitch, and then they could not go a step further, and that it was so dirty on the road, and asked if they could not get into the carriage for a while. They had been at the Tailor Tavern by the gate, and had stayed too long over the beer, as they were thin and did not take up much room. The cock let them both get in, but they had to promise him and his little hen not to step on their feet. Late in the evening, they came to an inn, and as they did not like to go further by night, and as the duck also was not strong on her feet, and fell from one side to the other, they went in. The host at first made many objections, His house was already full, and he thought they could not be very distinguished persons. But at last, as they made pleasant speeches and told him that he should have the egg which the little hen had laid on the way, and should likewise keep the duck, which laid on every day at length, so that they might stay the night. And now that they had themselves well served, and they feasted and caroused early in the morning, when the day was breaking, everyone was asleep. The cock awoke the hen, brought the egg, perched it open, and they ate it together. But they threw the shell on the hearth. When they went to the needle, which was still asleep, took it by the head, and stuck it into the cushions of the landlord's chair, put the pin in the towel, and at last, without more ado, they flew away over the hearth. The duck, who liked to sleep in the open air and had stayed in the yard, heard them going away, made himself merry, and found a stream down which she swam, which was a much quicker way of traveling than being being harnessed to a carriage. The host did not get out of bed for 2 hours after this, washed himself, and wanted to dry himself. Then the pin went over his face and made a red streak from one ear to the other. After this he went into the kitchen and wanted to light a pipe, but when he came to the hearth, the eggshells darted into his eyes. "This morning everything attacked my head," said he, and angrily sat down on his grandfather's chair. But he quickly started up again and cried, "Woe is me!" For the needle had pricked him still worse than the pin, and not in the head. Now he was thoroughly angered, suspected the guests who had come so late the night before, and when he went and looked about for them, they were gone. Then he made a vow to take no more ragamuffins into his house, for they consume much, pay for nothing, and play mischievous tricks as things. And that's the last story for tonight. Let me put this on my desk. Okay, so let me see. Let me see who's still on. We rated Dad last week, so I do want to find someone else. Try this. Is anyone doing stories? Doesn't look like it. At least no one live anyway. Okay, so I guess we'll just raid Maltings. He's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh yeah, he's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, yeah, so I guess we'll do him today. So, let me just see if I can pull its name. Meow. Ting. Alright, so thank you everyone who came to the stream today. I appreciate every one of you. I will be live again later today. After the thing that I'll be doing with Axe and his friends. And I believe we'll be doing, I think, more writing. So, with that, I will see everyone later. Bye-bye.